dear traveler, to Candle by the Sea. Tonight, we journey together through the mystical realms of destiny as we follow Lioren on his path among the threads of karmic fate. Find a comfortable place to sit or lie down. Let your shoulders release their tension and allow your breath to flow slowly, gently. With every inhale, feel calmness entering your being. With every exhale, let go of any stress or worry that lingers from the day. As the story unfolds, allow yourself to drift peacefully into the dreamlike world of interconnected souls, shimmering threads, and timeless lessons. And if you enjoy traveling with us to these magical realms, don't forget to subscribe and join our growing community of dreamers, so you never miss a journey to the mystical, calming worlds of Candle by the Sea. And now we begin. Threads of Karmic Fate. Part 1. The Loom of Dawnlight. Lioren had always sensed there were moments when the world grew thinner, as if reality inhaled softly and revealed a shimmer beneath its breath. It happened most often in the quiet hours before dawn, when the night was not quite over, and the sun was still only a thought on the horizon. In those moments, he felt something tugging at him, soft as silk, steady as a heartbeat, like a thread gently pulling him toward a truth he could not yet name. On the morning his journey began, the veil between worlds did not simply shimmer. It opened. Lioren woke not to the cool stillness of his room, but to a sky painted in hues of pale gold and translucent silver, as if dawn itself had been stretched into endless twilight. The air was hushed, filled with the nearly inaudible sound of threads vibrating far above, like celestial harp strings stirred by an eternal wind. He rose slowly, not startled, only deeply aware. His bare feet touched not the floorboards he expected, but soft, luminous mist that curled and parted beneath him like gentle clouds. Before him stretched a realm that felt both familiar and impossibly new. The realm of quiet dawn. He stood at the border of an immense plain of soft light. Thin, shimmering strands floated through the air, curving and twisting in gentle arcs, each glowing with its own inner radiance. Some threads were bright like molten gold, others cool like moonlit silver. There were threads the color of memory, threads the color of sorrow, and threads so translucent they could barely be seen unless one watched them from the corner of their vision. Lioren's breath caught in his chest as he lifted a hand toward the nearest one. It vibrated faintly in response, singing a note only his soul could hear. "This place," he whispered. "What is this place?" The threads seemed to shift at the sound of his voice, as though acknowledging him. The ground beneath him pulsed gently, and the air carried the faint scent of early morning rain. It was serene, impossibly serene, and yet his chest tightened with a strange ache, a sense of recognition he could not explain. "You have arrived." The voice was soft, layered, like many voices speaking in perfect harmony. Lioren turned slowly. Standing a few steps away was a figure woven from dawnlight itself. The being's form was feminine, but fluid, shimmering in waves of gold and soft violet. No distinct face, no defined features, only eyes that glowed like quiet stars. She neither stepped forward nor backward. She simply existed, like dawn made conscious. Lioren swallowed. "Who are you?" "I am the keeper of the loom," she answered, inclining her head. "And you, Lioren, have stepped into the place where the threads of every soul converge." Her presence was calming, but her words carried a weight that made the air thrum. He took another breath, steadying himself. "Why am I here?" The keeper turned, and with her gesture, the world around them shifted, mist rolling back, as if obeying an ancient command. From the luminous haze emerged an immense structure, stretching from the horizon into the sky. The celestial loom. It was not a physical loom, yet it was unmistakably one. Vast beams of soft light formed an intricate framework, and countless threads stretched vertically and horizontally, creating an ever-shifting tapestry that reached into infinity. The threads vibrated in gentle patterns, weaving and unweaving in rhythms older than time. Lioren's heart hammered. "This is the loom of fate." "It is one of many names given to it," the keeper said. "Some call it the web of souls. Others call it the tapestry of becoming. But you, Lioren, you will come to know it by a more personal name." His gaze was drawn upward. Each thread pulsed with a life force distinct from the others. Some sparkled, some flickered, some flowed like rivers of color. "So many lives," he murmured. "So many journeys," the keeper agreed. "Interwoven, interdependent. Every choice, every act, every connection, they all create ripples that echo through the loom." He stepped forward, compelled by something deep inside him. A strange pressure built in his chest, not painful, but undeniably present. As he neared the loom, the threads nearest him gleamed brighter, reacting to his proximity. "Why do they respond to me?" he asked quietly. "Because some of them belong to you." Her hand lifted, and several threads near the center of the loom began to glow, forming patterns he instinctively recognized. They weren't just glowing, they were calling to him. Lioren inhaled sharply. "Those are mine. They are the echoes of every life you have lived and every bond you have forged," she said. "Your joys, your griefs, your decisions, they all leave patterns." His pulse quickened as he traced the gentle curves of the threads with his eyes. Some glowed warm, others carried dimmer light. But one, a single thread woven vertically along the edge of the loom, flickered erratically, its light unsteady. "What is that?" he asked, pointing to the trembling thread. The keeper stepped closer, and for the first time, the glow around her dimmed with concern. "That thread," she said softly, "is tied to a karmic truth you have carried for many lifetimes. It is frayed, weakened by unresolved lessons and moments left unhealed." Lioren felt a pang in his chest, the same ache that had followed him for years. "I felt something calling me," he whispered. "Something I couldn't describe." "That was this thread," the keeper replied. "A soul thread that has reached the end of what it can endure without transformation." He closed his eyes for a moment as a wave of emotions washed over him. Sadness, familiarity, longing, and something else deep beneath it all. "May I touch it?" he asked. The keeper nodded. "But know this, touching a frayed thread will awaken its memories. Once seen, they cannot be unseen." Lioren extended his hand. The thread trembled as he drew closer. When his fingers brushed it, a blinding wave of warmth surged through him. His breath hitched, and images flashed across his mind, fleeting, out of focus, like reflections in moving water. A woman's laughter carried on the wind, a promise whispered beneath a dying star, a moment of hesitation that changed everything, a look filled with longing and sorrow, a choice he had made, or perhaps one he had avoided. Lioren stumbled backward as the images vanished, leaving him breathless. "What was that?" he gasped. "Fragments," the keeper said gently. "Memories of a bond that spans lifetimes. A thread shared with another soul, one whose path is woven tightly with yours." He pressed a hand against his chest, feeling his heartbeat thunder beneath his ribs. "I don't understand. Why now? Why bring me here?" The keeper's light brightened, surrounding him in soft gold. "Because you are ready, and because the loom itself is calling you." She gestured toward the horizon. As she did, the skies shifted again. A distant glow formed, a river of shimmering light flowing silently across the land. "That is the Thread River," the keeper said, "where echoes of past lives drift like currents. You must walk its path." "Why, what will I find there?" She looked at him with eyes full of millennia. "Understanding, and the beginning of healing. But the journey will require courage. Not all truths are gentle." He swallowed, feeling both fear and a strange sense of destiny rising within him. "And when I walk this river," he said slowly, "will I find the one who shares this thread with me?" Her smile was a soft curve of light. "Yes, you will meet Amara." The name settled inside his heart like a bell tone, achingly familiar, though he could not recall why. Lioren looked again at the frayed thread. Its trembling seemed more pronounced now, as if urging him onward. "What happens if I do not follow this path?" he asked, though he already sensed the answer. "Then the thread will continue to fray," the keeper said, "and in time it will break." A cold shiver ran down Lioren's spine. "What happens when a thread breaks?" The keeper's voice softened, touched with sorrow. "When a soul thread breaks, the lessons tied to it scatter. The connection weakens across lifetimes. The soul remains whole, but the bond becomes more difficult to find, more painful to mend. The cycle stretches, prolonging suffering." Lioren closed his eyes. He knew then, deeply, instinctively, that he could not let that happen. Something inside him whispered that this thread mattered more than he could yet understand. He opened his eyes and faced the keeper. "Show me the path," he said. The veil of mist shifted beneath their feet, forming a winding trail of luminous silver that led toward the distant Thread River. The air hummed as the threads above resonated, as though acknowledging his choice. The keeper placed a gentle hand of light on his shoulder. "This journey will take you through realms of memory, sorrow, beauty, and truth. You will face reflections of who you have been and who you may yet become." "I'm not afraid," Lioren said, though he felt fear stirring beneath his ribs. "Courage does not mean the absence of fear," the keeper replied. "It means listening to the thread that calls you, even when it trembles." He nodded, with a final look at the celestial loom, and at the frayed thread pulsing faintly with pale golden light. Lioren stepped onto the luminous path. The realm of quiet dawn stretched before him, vast, dreamlike, filled with murmuring threads and the promise of revelations. The keeper's voice drifted to him like a breeze as he walked toward the Thread River. "Follow the call of your soul, Lioren, for the path of fate is not written, it is woven." And so began his journey into the unseen. Part 2. Echoes in the Thread of Time. The path to the Thread River wound like a soft silver ribbon through the realm of quiet dawn, its surface shimmering as though made from the glow of early morning stars. As Lioren followed it, the air grew warmer, tinged with hints of memory scents that had no name but felt intimately familiar. The ground beneath him seemed both solid and fluid, shaped by intention more than matter, responding to the slow, steady pulse of his step. The sky, ever changing, transitioned from pale gold to muted lavender. The threads floating overhead shifted like clouds, crossing and uncrossing as though woven by an invisible hand. Some drifted near him, brushing his shoulders with gentle vibrations that stirred distant emotions. Each time one passed through him, he felt a flicker of something, a childhood he did not remember, a grief he could not place, a joy that was his yet belonged to another life. He knew without needing to ask. He was walking closer to his own past. When the Thread River finally came into view, it took his breath away. It spread wide like a celestial waterway, though it wasn't made of water at all. Instead, luminous strands flowed through it like currents of pure memory. Thousands of threads, some gleaming, some dimmed, some colored by emotions he couldn't name, drifted gently along the surface, shimmering as they traveled toward the distant horizon. The air above the river hummed softly, vibrating with whispers. Voices, faint as sighs, drifted past his ears. "Remember, do you still see me? This moment, this choice. We meet again." Lioren stepped closer to the shore. The moment his foot touched the river's misty edge, a ripple of sensation shot through him, as if the currents recognized him, calling him home. He hesitated only for a heartbeat. Then he stepped into the Thread River. The moment his body crossed the threshold, the world shifted around him. The river did not feel like water. It felt like drifting through the softest light, weightless and warm, as though the memories themselves held him. Threads brushed past, crackling with imagery, sound, emotion. Each one had its own song, its own cadence, its own truth. As he sank deeper, the currents swirled around him, pulling him gently forward, not forcefully, but with the inevitability of destiny. A thread brushed his hand. Warmth spread instantly through his arm, into his chest, and into his mind. A scene burst open before him. He stood in a sunlit field, blades of green grass swaying gently in the wind. A young child himself, but not from this lifetime, ran across the valley, chasing a fluttering ribbon tied to a wooden stick. Lioren watched as the child laughed, tripping over his own feet, falling into the grass with bright, carefree laughter. And then a second child appeared beside him. She was small, with hair that shone like morning wheat and eyes bright with curiosity. She held a thread, a thin golden strand, and tied it to the boy's wrist. "So you won't get lost," she said. The young Lioren beamed. "I won't." Amara, even though he had never seen her face in this life, even though she was still only a child in this memory, Lioren knew instantly. This was Amara. The memory brightened like a flare of recognition. The children ran together, threads fluttering, laughter echoing across the valley. Then the scene dissolved, breaking apart like petals carried away on the wind. Another thread touched him, another memory. He stood beneath a vast night sky of a world he could not name, where stars pulsed in spirals instead of constellations. He was older now, with eyes weighted by experience. Across from him, Amara stood with steady poise, her expression calm, yet shadowed by sorrow. "You cannot follow me," she whispered. "I don't want to lose you again," Lioren said, reaching for her. Her hand touched his cheek, lingering with aching tenderness. "Our souls travel different paths this time, but one day," her voice trembled, "one day our threads will remember." A tear slipped from her eye, a streak of starlight. Lioren felt it like a blade through his heart. Then the scene shattered. Another memory rose. A stormy shore, black waves crashing against jagged rocks. Lioren stood alone, the wind tearing at his cloak. In the distance, Amara walked into the sea, her silhouette dissolving into the mist. "No," he cried, running after her, but the waves swallowed his voice. His feet sank into the water, but no matter how fast he ran, she drifted farther away. A single thread tied between them stretched until it trembled, and then snapped. The pain that followed was unlike anything he'd ever felt. A hollowing of the soul, a tearing open of something ancient and deep. Lioren convulsed as the memory dissolved, clutching his chest as a cry tore from his throat. He floated again in the river, trembling, breath ragged. The keeper had warned him. Once seen, the echoes could not be undone. The currents calmed around him, and a gentle warmth approached. A thread, soft and bright, brushed his hand as if offering comfort. He let it in, and the softness of the memory soothed him instantly. A small room filled with candlelight, a wooden table, 2 cups of steaming tea. Lioren sat beside Amara as they shared quiet laughter. It was a life neither grand nor tragic, an ordinary life with ordinary joys. He watched the two of them talk about nothing and everything, dreams, mistakes, little comforts. He watched Amara fall asleep with her head on his shoulder. No dramatic ending, no heartbreak, just a simple, peaceful life they had shared. The warmth of it filled him like sunlight through a window. Then slowly, the memory drifted away. Lioren floated in silence, eyes closed. The currents around him flowed gently, threads gliding past like drifting fireflies. He whispered to the river, "How many lifetimes have we shared?" The thread river answered with a soft hum, a vibration that resonated in his bones. So many, too many for one soul to count. He breathed deeply, letting the memories settle within him like shards of a mosaic coming together. But the river was not finished with him. A deeper current tugged at his feet, stronger, older, heavier. Lioren felt it before he saw it. A thick thread of deep crimson drifting toward him, pulsing with sorrow and consequence. The moment it touched his hand, a surge of cold rushed through him, and the world snapped open. Night fire ash. He stood in a ruined village, flames licking at broken beams and charred stone. The air was thick with smoke, and the distant cries of souls fading. Lioren gasped. He knew this place. In this past life, he had been a warrior. Hardened, determined, lost. Amara appeared through the smoke, her form flickering with light. She was not human in this life. She was something ethereal, something radiant, a guide for the souls crossing into the beyond. "You should not be here," she said urgently. "I came to find you," he answered, stumbling toward her. His armor was heavy, dented, stained. "You must leave," she insisted. "Your path is not to die here." Lioren reached her, grabbing her wrist. "Come with me." Her eyes trembled, full of pain he didn't understand. "I'm already gone," she whispered. When he blinked, she vanished. A ghost, a memory, a promise broken by war. The scene collapsed violently. Lioren gasped, clutching his chest. The river around him surged with turbulence, as if responding to his anguish. He opened his eyes, but tears blurred the glowing currents. "Amara, how many times have I failed you?" The river did not judge him. It only showed what was true. Another thread floated near him, thin, silvery, fragile. He knew the moment he touched it that this memory would reveal the heart of his karmic struggle. He braced himself and let the thread in. He stood in a peaceful forest, leaves shimmering in pale blue light. A sacred grove lay ahead, its center pulsing with energy. Amara stood in the clearing. Her expression was serene, too serene. "You came," she said softly. "I always come, he replied. But not always for the right reason, she continued. Lioren, you keep trying to fix something you do not yet understand. He stepped closer. Help me understand. Amara turned to him, eyes luminous. Our bond is not meant to be saved through force or fear. It is meant to be honored through acceptance. He felt something crack inside him, the truth he always avoided. You cling to me, she whispered, touching his heart. Lifetime after lifetime, you cling to what we were, not what we are meant to become. Her hand rested over his heartbeat, and the thread phrase, because you cannot let go of who you believe you must be for me. The words struck him like a thunderclap. Not punishment, not destiny, not loss, his own misunderstanding, his own striving, his own fear. Amara stepped back. Release the guilt, release the grasp. Only then can the thread heal. He reached out, but she was already fading. Will I see you again? He asked desperately. Amara smiled, a tender, timeless smile. We are woven, Lioren. We always meet again. And then she vanished. The river's light rippled as Lioren fell to his knees, trembling. The memories flowed around him, pressing, urging, transforming. He whispered into the currents. I understand now. I understand. The ache inside him loosened, not healed, not yet, but no longer locked in shadow. The threads of his past lives wound softly around him, weaving warmth along his skin. A gentle voice drifted across the river. You have seen much. Lioren looked up. A figure of shimmering gold stood on the far shore. Neither the keeper nor any being he recognized. You are ready for the next realm, the figure said. The forest of lost paths awaits. Lioren rose slowly, the currents parting around him. He stepped onto the shore, drenched in memory, changed at his core. Behind him, the thread river glowed brighter, as if relieved that he had finally listened. Ahead, a new path shimmered, a forest shifting with possibilities, a meeting with the weaver of lost paths. Lioren inhaled deeply, feeling the threads within him hum like awakening stars. And he walked forward, ready to face the knot at the center of his suffering. Part 3. The Weaver of Lost Paths. The path that carried Lioren forward from the river of past lives did not resemble a road so much as a breath, thin, shifting, barely there. It wound into a forest where the air shimmered like heat rising from desert sand, though no warmth touched his skin. A faint, iridescent mist drifted between twisted trunks, each tree etched with lines that resembled frayed threads, like scratches left by time itself. The moment he stepped beneath the first arch of branches, the light behind him dimmed, swallowing the golden glow of the river realm. Silence gathered around him, dense, expectant. Even the sound of his heartbeat seemed to hush, as if this place permitted nothing unnecessary. Lioren inhaled slowly. The air tasted like rain that never fell. He felt watched, not by eyes, but by something older, some presence that observed him not from a distance. but from inside the very fabric of the forest. Threads hung from branches like drifting strands of silver spider silk, though no spiders moved and no wind stirred them. They quivered slightly as he passed, as if reacting to his presence, recognizing him. The trees creaked softly, shifting their bark as if listening. He continued deeper. The ground beneath his feet felt neither solid nor soft. Sometimes it gave slightly, like he was stepping on woven moss. Other times, it turned as rigid as polished wood. The forest was not alive in the ordinary sense. It pulsed in slow rhythms, as though the entire place breathed. At the heart of the strange woods, he found the first broken thread. It lay draped across a fallen trunk, thin, colorless, trembling with intermittent sparks. The moment his gaze landed on it, a whisper brushed the inside of his mind. Unfinished, unresolved, unremembered. A shiver ran down his spine. He reached toward it, but before his fingers could touch the frayed strand, the forest shifted. Trees bent. The air pulled inward like a gasp. And then, a voice, careful. Threads are stories before they become choices. Lioren turned. Standing a short distance away was a figure unlike any he had seen, tall, wrapped in a cloak that looked made from layers of shifting dusk. Their form flickered as if woven from overlapping possibilities. Their face was neither young nor old, neither male nor female, something beautifully unbound, like a soul without singular shape. Their eyes glowed a faint, luminescent blue, deep as a night sky without stars. Lioren swallowed. Are you the weaver of lost paths? The forest exhaled around him at the name. The being inclined their heads slightly. Many names have been stitched to me across ages. In your tongue, that one will do. Their voice carried the texture of ancient threads being drawn through a loom, soft, deliberate, resonant. Lioren felt both humbled and strangely comforted. I've come to understand a thread of my soul is frayed, he said. Something unresolved pulls me. I need to remember, to heal. The weaver stepped closer, feet making no sound. Threads hanging from branches parted around them, bowing subtly. Every soul has frayed strands, they replied. But yours is knotted. Lioren's breath hitched. Knotted, the image unsettled him. What does that mean? The weaver reached toward the broken thread he'd nearly touched. They didn't pick it up. They didn't need to. It rose gently on its own, hovering above their palm like a trembling memory. A knot forms when pain becomes identity, when a choice was abandoned, or a truth denied. The shimmering strand pulsed. Lioren felt the air tighten around him. Can it be undone? The weaver's eyes softened, though their expression remained unreadable. It can be understood. The thread dimmed, then brightened, and when a soul understands, it loosens. Lioren stared at the floating strand, heart beating strangely fast. Show me, he whispered. The weaver turned and gestured into the forest. Then walk with me. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist grew, silver, shifting, carrying faint echoes of voices. Some whispered with longing, others with regret. Occasionally, Lioren caught fragments of words, though none were meant for him. These were echoes of other souls trapped in loops of confusion and fear. Lost moments, unfinished lessons. "Why do people come here?" he asked. "They do not," the weaver answered. "Not with their bodies. Only their wounds arrive, carried like shadows behind them. This forest grows from everything a soul avoids." Lioren swallowed. "Then why am I here physically?" The weaver stopped and studied him closely. "Because you asked to know the truth," they said. "And truth requires presence." A path opened before them, as though woven into existence by their steps. Threads rose from the ground and stretched across branches above, forming a canopy of pale, translucent light. The trees tilted inward, listening. At the center of this woven clearing stood a great tangle, a massive knot made from luminous strands, twisting, looping, tightening in impossible patterns. It glowed with a faint golden blue, but many threads inside it flickered weakly, nearly extinguished. Lioren felt the breath leave his chest. He didn't need to ask. He knew. "That's mine," he whispered. "My karmic knot." The weaver said nothing, but their silence confirmed it. Lioren approached slowly, drawn by an ache he couldn't describe. Memories he had glimpsed at the river flickered again. Amara's face, warm laughter, the moment they parted, the certainty that he had betrayed something sacred. His voice trembled. "I hurt her, did I?" The weaver stepped beside him. "In many lives, yes, and in many she hurt you." Lioren winced. Why? Why do we keep finding each other only to cause pain?" The knot pulsed faintly. "Because both of your souls carried stories you refused to open," the weaver said gently. "Unspoken truths, unforgiven moments, expectations born from fear, not love." Lioren lowered his head. Shame pricked at him. "I wanted to do better," he murmured, "but I kept repeating the same choices." "No," the weaver said, "you kept repeating the same wounds." The words struck him with the force of revelation. A long silence followed. The knot glimmered, casting shifting shadows over his face. "Show me what I refuse to see," Lioren finally whispered. The weaver raised their hand. The forest stilled. Threads unfurled from the knot like petals opening. They spiraled around Lioren, encircling him in a gentle, shimmering cocoon of light. And suddenly, he was standing in a memory. A lantern-lit evening, a dusty marketplace, laughter drifting like incense, and Amara, her eyes warm, her smile familiar even across centuries. She reached for him, but before their hands touched, the scene trembled. A sharp feeling erupted in his chest, a fear he once ignored. Fear of losing her, fear of needing her too deeply, fear that love could break him the way it had broken him before. He stepped back from her, just one step, but the memory rippled with the weight of that single moment. Amara's smile faded, her shoulders lowered, her light dimmed. Lioren gasped. I hurt her because I was afraid. The weaver's voice echoed in the space, though they were unseen. And because you believed love must be earned, fought for, proven. You carried a wound older than her, older than this life, so you made choices shaped by fear, not truth. Another memory rose, a life where Amara reached for him as a friend, but he pushed her away because he felt unworthy. Another, a life where she needed forgiveness, and he withheld it because he feared being vulnerable again. Another, a life where he loved her, but clung so tightly, he suffocated the very freedom that made love possible. The threads swirled faster, weaving images around him. Lioren sank to his knees. I was trapped, he whispered. Not by her, by myself. The knot shimmered, loosening slightly. The weaver's voice softened. Understanding untangles what blame once bound. Lioren wiped his eyes. How do I heal this? The forest returned around him as the memories dissolved like mist. The weaver stood beside him once more. To heal, they said, you must release the belief that your past choices define what is possible for your soul. You are not the knot. You are the thread learning to pass through it. Lioren closed his eyes, breathing deeply. Slowly he stood. The weaver extended a hand, placing it over Lioren's chest, not touching, but hovering just inches away. A warm glow radiated outward. The frayed sensation inside him eased. A knot is not a punishment, the weaver whispered. It is an invitation. To what? Lioren asked. To choose differently. Silence settled between them, but it was soft, calming. Then the weaver stepped back and gestured toward the knot, now pulsing like a living heart. Do not try to undo it, they said. Walk through it. Lioren hesitated. Will it hurt? Only where you still hold fear. He inhaled slowly, gathering courage. Then he stepped forward, and the glowing threads parted, opening into a tunnel of radiant light. As he walked through, memories brushed against him, not with pain, but with understanding. Every regret held a lesson. Every sorrow carried wisdom. Every moment he once wished to erase now felt like a stepping stone to this very breath. And as he reached the other side, the knot behind him shimmered and loosened. Not entirely, but noticeably. He felt lighter. The weaver appeared beside him once more. You walk toward your truth now, they said. The next realm will show you the beauty of everything connected to you. Lioren nodded, his heart steady. What lies ahead? He asked. The weaver's form wavered like dissolving starlight. The constellation of intertwined souls, they replied, where every bond reveals its purpose. The forest faded around him, threads lifting, mist parting into luminous pathways. With a final glance back at the knot, his knot, now softly glowing, Lioren stepped forward toward the realm waiting beyond. His journey had shifted. He had too. Part 4. The Constellation of Intertwined Souls. When Lioren emerged from the forest of lost paths, he did not step onto solid ground. The world before him was a vast expanse of darkness, studded with luminous points of light, a celestial plane suspended between infinity and the gentle pull of time. The horizon seemed to curve into itself, a soft, glowing arc that promised both wonder and revelation. Threads of shimmering light stretched across the void, connecting points of brilliance in intricate lattices. The threads pulsed gently, a rhythm almost like a heartbeat, and Lioren could feel it resonate deep in his own chest. He paused, awed. This was no ordinary sky. It was a universe built from souls themselves, threads of connection, moments of shared experience, and the delicate architecture of existence. Each light, he realized, was a soul. Each thread, a story, a bond, a lifetime of lessons and love. The very air thrummed with energy, with memories that belonged not only to him, but to countless beings whose destinies interwove with one another. "You have come," a voice said, soft as starlight. Lioren turned and saw a figure standing on a floating strand of silver light, poised as though balancing between gravity and eternity. This being glowed faintly, their form both familiar and alien. Ethereal wings of translucent energy spread behind them, reflecting threads of light like prisms. "Who are you?" Lioren asked. "I am a guide of this constellation," the being replied, their voice resonant in a tone both musical and grounding. "Here, every soul reveals its connection, its purpose, its impact upon the threads of others. You are ready to see what has been woven by your choices and what continues to ripple outward from you." Lioren stepped forward, and the threads above responded, stretching and shimmering as if acknowledging him. He felt the frayed thread from his own soul pulsating faintly, glowing with a soft golden hue among the silver and blue currents that formed the lattice. A shiver of anticipation ran down his spine. The guide gestured, "Reach for it." Lioren hesitated for a heartbeat, then extended his hand. The thread responded instantly, wrapping gently around his fingers, warm and alive. Images shimmered before him like fragments of crystal, faces of those he had loved, moments of compassion, choices made and unmade, kindnesses overlooked, words unspoken. Threads spiraled outward from him in radiant patterns, connecting to other souls, intertwining in dazzling designs. He saw Amara, her essence glowing faintly amid the network, her threads weaving in harmony with his own. Yet, they were not singular, they connected to countless others, forming a constellation that transcended time and space. For the first time, Lioren understood that their bond was not meant to exist in isolation. It was part of a greater tapestry, each interaction shaping more than he could perceive in a single lifetime. "Every connection matters," the guide said. "Even the smallest act sends ripples through the web. Love, compassion, forgiveness, they are threads that strengthen the lattice. Fear, anger, resentment, they twist it, weaken it, create knots that must be untangled." Lioren breathed deeply, letting the vision sink into him. He traced the luminous strands with his mind, feeling the vibration of interconnectedness. He understood now that the knot he had faced in the forest of lost paths was not only his own, it resonated through countless others, shaping experiences across time. A new light emerged from the expanse ahead, larger, more radiant than the others. It pulsed in steady intervals, and threads reached out toward it like waves toward the shore. Lioren felt drawn to it, sensing both a challenge and a revelation. This, the guide said, is the nexus of intertwined souls. Here, you will confront the balance of your choices. You will see the full weight of your actions and understand that compassion is not merely an act, but a responsibility. Lioren stepped closer, and the threads stretched with him, wrapping around him like a luminous cocoon. As he moved, scenes unfolded in cascading waves. He saw a child helped by his kindness centuries ago, whose life had shifted in ways he could not have imagined. He saw the sorrow he had caused inadvertently, the silent wounds inflicted on those he loved, and those he never knew. Each memory was vivid, suffused with emotion, as if the threads themselves were living consciousness. He trembled at the realization. The universe did not distinguish between small and great acts. Every moment, every choice, every word, every glance contributed to the lattice. He had been unaware, living as though his path was solitary. Yet, every step he had taken had extended outward, connecting him to innumerable lives. "Do you see?" the guide asked. "Your threads reach farther than you imagine. The knot you feared was not a burden alone. It was a teacher, a reminder of your power to weave or untangle, to strengthen or unravel." Lioren's chest tightened. "It's overwhelming to see it all." "Yes," the guide said gently. "And yet this is the beauty of interconnectedness. It is both fragile and infinite, like a constellation reflected in water. Each soul matters, and each soul is a reflection of countless others." As he floated among the threads, a subtle movement caught his attention. One of the strands attached to his own frayed thread began to shimmer differently, diverging from its usual path. It stretched and twisted toward a figure across the expanse, Amara. Their connection pulsed, vibrating in sync, yet her light flickered slightly, as though uncertain. Lioren's heart ached. "Is she in danger?" he asked, instinctively reaching toward her. The guide's wings pulsed softly. "Not in danger, but at a threshold. Every soul faces moments where the choice to connect fully or withdraw arises. She must decide to meet you, just as you must choose to be present without attachment." He closed his eyes, letting the truth settle. He could not control her journey. He could only be steady, compassionate, and aware of the threads he wove with intention. The nexus around him began to shift, threads elongating and intersecting in complex patterns. Lioren felt a gentle pull, drawing him upward into the heart of the constellation. As he ascended, he noticed that the threads connecting him to others were not static. They breathed, flexed, responded. Visions appeared. A stranger helped by his kindness, whose actions had prevented disaster for another. A lost friend comforted by his presence, whose renewed courage had changed generations. A life interrupted by his misjudgment, sending ripples of sorrow. Each memory, each thread, illuminated the delicate balance of responsibility and grace. He began to understand something profound. Karmic threads were not merely about recompense or suffering. They were about awareness, participation, and the conscious act of weaving. Every soul could choose to weave with care or neglect, with love or fear. And the threads he shared with Amara and with countless others were living reminders of that truth. Suddenly, a shadow passed across the constellation, a ripple that dimmed several threads in sequence. Lioren's frayed thread shuddered, responding instinctively. He looked up and saw a darkened figure moving through the lattice, a presence neither malevolent nor benign, but heavy with unresolved intent. The guide's tone became urgent. You are being tested. This is not a threat to your life, but to your understanding. Observe the threads, but do not attempt to control them. Lioren focused. The darkened threads moved like waves in a storm, representing choices ignored, lessons avoided, emotions unintegrated. They brushed against his own, tugging at him, challenging him. Fear rose instinctively, the old tension in his chest threatening to overwhelm him. But then he remembered the weaver of lost paths. Courage does not mean absence of fear. It means following the thread that calls you, even when it trembles. He breathed deeply and extended awareness to the dark threads without judgment. He saw the life moments that had caused them, missteps, misunderstandings, missed chances. He felt sorrow, regret, and compassion all at once. Instead of recoiling, he acknowledged each thread's existence. The dark strands shimmered, and slowly faint light began to pulse within them. Not fully healed, but responsive. The guide's voice was soft, almost like a caress. This is the power of awareness, of compassionate presence. You cannot unmake all pain, but you can honor it, recognize it, and integrate its lessons. This is the essence of interconnectedness. Lioren floated amidst the constellation, heart pounding yet calm, eyes wide with awe. Every connection mattered, every life touched, and in the center of it all, his thread pulsed with golden warmth, weaving steady and true, no longer frayed, but luminous with understanding. He turned his attention to Amara. Her light brightened as he focused on her thread, pulsing in harmony with his own. And though she did not move closer physically, he sensed a shift in her awareness, a readiness to meet, to acknowledge, to participate in the weaving consciously. The guide's wings shimmered, reflecting threads in intricate patterns. The nexus will always challenge, but it also reveals the beauty of being intertwined. Every act of love, forgiveness, and awareness strengthens the constellation. Every neglect, every avoidance dims it. And now, Lioren, you have walked among the souls, faced your threads, and learned the balance. He exhaled, feeling a weight lift. He felt simultaneously small and vast, fragile yet luminous, aware of every life interwoven with his own. The threads were no longer distant abstractions. They were living, pulsing, breathing with consciousness, and he was part of their rhythm. A path of radiant threads opened before him, leading upward into a realm of golden light that shimmered like dawn reflected in crystal waters. He knew instinctively that this was his next step, the final choice, the loom of fate itself, where he would determine how his frayed thread would transform and how it would continue to ripple through the tapestry of countless souls. The guide's voice, fading softly into the radiance, left him with a final reflection. You have seen the constellation, Lioren. You have witnessed your influence, your responsibility, and your capacity for love. Step forward with clarity and compassion. The thread that chooses you awaits. And so, with the stars of countless souls shining above him, with threads weaving rhythmically around his being, Lioren walked the luminous path upward toward the loom of fate, toward the final reckoning, and toward the rebirth of his own soul thread. Part 5. The Thread That Chooses You. Lioren stepped forward along the luminous path, threads of countless souls stretching like rivers of light around him. The constellation of intertwined souls shimmered below, a radiant web of lives, choices, and connections. Above him, the air pulsed with the quiet anticipation of infinity itself, as though the universe held its breath. Every step felt weightless, yet each was laden with meaning, the cumulative consequence of every act, every thought, every ripple he had ever set forth. At the end of the path, a monumental structure appeared, the loom of fate. It towered impossibly vast, threads of gold, silver, and starlight spinning, and weaving themselves in patterns Lioren could not hope to comprehend at first glance. The loom was alive, an organism of purpose and precision, humming with a rhythm that resonated directly with his heart. Threads stretched in all directions, some stretching into eternity, others curling and knotting in delicate, intricate patterns. He approached cautiously. At the center of the loom, his own thread shimmered differently, golden, vibrant, yet faintly frayed, a reminder of the journey he had traversed. He reached out instinctively, fingers brushing against the energy of the thread. A pulse shot through him, not of pain, but of memory, of lives lived and lessons learned. Every face he had touched, every bond he had nurtured or neglected, every choice made in love or fear, the loom reflected it all. A voice, soft but resonant, echoed through the expanse. You have come to the place where the thread chooses you, Lioren. Here, you are both weaver and participant. You may shape your destiny, but it is your willingness to surrender that determines the outcome. The voice belonged to no one, and yet everywhere. It was the voice of the loom itself, alive with consciousness, aware of every knot and strand. Lioren felt his chest tighten, a mixture of reverence and fear. This was the moment he had been moving toward, from the river of past lives, through the forest of lost paths, and across the constellation of intertwined souls. Every step had led here. The frayed thread pulsed in response to his thoughts. He sensed the lives it connected Amara, countless others, threads he could not yet perceive. And yet, above all, it was waiting, silent, patient, urging him to act with clarity and compassion. He inhaled deeply. "What must I do?" he asked, though he felt he already knew the answer. The loom's threads quivered, and images flashed before him. Moments of fear where he clung too tightly, instances of avoidance, acts of judgment or selfishness, balanced against acts of love, forgiveness, and courage. He realized then that the loom was not a judge, not a punisher. It was a mirror, a reflection of his choices, a reminder that the threads of destiny were never merely given, they were shaped, moment by moment, by intention and presence. Lioren stepped closer to the center of the loom. The frayed thread wrapped lightly around his wrist, pulsing gently, guiding him. He felt a sensation he could not name, a merging of courage and humility, recognition and surrender. It was the understanding that to weave wisely, he could not control the lives of others. He could only honor them, honor their choices, and act with clarity and compassion. "Will it choose for me, or do I choose it?" he whispered. A single thread, brighter than all the others, lifted from the center of the loom. It spiraled slowly toward him, carrying with it the weight of countless possibilities. Lioren felt a gentle tug, a pull not of force, but of resonance. The thread aligned with his own, and in that alignment, he understood. It had been waiting for him as much as he had been waiting for it. The loom's voice whispered again, "The thread is not separate from you. It is your reflection, your responsibility, your gift. Choose with love, choose with presence, choose with understanding." Lioren closed his eyes and allowed the threads around him to fade into gentle, pulsating light. He focused inward, connecting with the warmth of his own golden thread. He felt the echo of Amara's presence, not as ownership, not as attachment, but as recognition of the bond that had shaped both their souls across countless lifetimes. "I will weave with awareness," he said softly. "I will honor the connection, not cling. I will act with love, not fear." A wave of light surged through the loom. The frayed thread glowed brighter, healing, merging with the golden spiral that awaited it. Threads across the vast expanse pulsed in harmony, as if the universe itself acknowledged his choice. Lioren felt the weight of countless lifetimes lift slightly, replaced by a clarity he had never known. And then he saw her. Amara appeared within the weave of threads, radiant and luminous, her presence steady, her light unwavering. Their eyes met not as two individuals bound by past mistakes, but as souls recognizing the infinite tapestry that connected them. Their threads intertwined gently, not constricting, not consuming, but resonating in balance and harmony. "You've learned," she whispered, her voice echoing like a gentle chime. "You see now." "I do," Lioren replied, feeling tears of joy and relief slide down his cheeks. I see that our threads are part of something greater, that every choice matters, that love is not possession, it is presence. Her light pulsed, and he felt the pulse echo in his own thread. Around them, the constellation shimmered brighter, luminous threads, weaving seamlessly in response to their recognition. Every life connected to theirs rippled gently, a dance of cause and effect, a celebration of harmony and interconnection. The loom shifted again, threads moving as though stirred by unseen hands. It was time. Lioren approached the central spiral, placing his hand on the golden coil. It accepted him without resistance. His frayed thread, now pulsing with radiant energy, merged with the coil, weaving effortlessly into the fabric of the loom. He felt the cumulative weight of every act of love, every choice for understanding, every moment of presence. It was not burdensome, it was liberating. A single golden dawn broke across the loom, illuminating every thread, every soul, every connection. It was a light of rebirth, a signal that Lioren's journey was both complete and beginning anew. The threads he had touched, the lives he had shaped, the karmic echoes of countless incarnations, they all resonated with him, now in clarity and purpose. You have chosen wisely, the loom intoned, its voice vibrating through his very being. Your thread will continue, and in choosing it consciously, you have influenced countless others. Every soul touched by your presence will carry forward the harmony you have embraced. Lioren exhaled, feeling an immense sense of peace. He realized that this was not an ending, nor a final judgment. It was a new chapter. The threads would continue to weave, shift, and evolve, but he would participate consciously, aware of the infinite connections and responsibilities his actions bore. Amara's light lingered beside him, her presence steady and warm. We meet again, she said softly. Yes, Lioren replied. And with awareness, we can honor every meeting, every thread, every life. Together, they lifted from the center of the loom. The golden dawn bathed them, their threads intertwining, pulsing in harmony. Around them, the constellations shimmered, a living testament to the beauty of connection, the lessons of karmic paths, and the infinite potential of compassionate presence. The realm began to dissolve gently, not disappearing, but transforming into a soft, luminous expanse. Lioren felt himself drifting, threads of light trailing behind him like ribbons of wind. The golden thread, the symbol of his choices, growth, and awareness, extended ahead, guiding him toward new horizons. And as he moved, he understood a truth deeper than all he had learned. The thread does not choose you, nor do you choose it alone. The thread is both a gift and a mirror, a living connection to all that has been, all that is, and all that may yet come. In the hush of cosmic light, Lioren breathed deeply, feeling the weight of understanding settle in his heart. He had faced the frayed threads of fear, regret, and attachment. He had witnessed the vast web of intertwined souls, and recognized the responsibility of presence, compassion, and choice. He had embraced love as awareness, not ownership, and in doing so, he had woven himself into the infinite tapestry of being with clarity, courage, and reverence. The loom of fate pulsed one final time, sending waves of luminescent energy rippling across the universe. Lioren's golden thread glowed brightly, steady and whole, weaving seamlessly into the fabric of destiny. A dawn of possibility shimmered across the horizon, a rebirth, a beginning, a new karmic chapter waiting to be written. He closed his eyes and whispered softly to the stars, to the threads, to every life touched by his presence. I am here, I choose, I weave with love. And with that, the luminous threads stretched infinitely, carrying him forward into the unfolding mystery of existence, where every soul, every choice, and every connection was alive in the radiant dance of destiny. And now, dear traveler, the threads of Lioren's journey have woven themselves into the tapestry of your imagination. Feel the calm, gentle warmth of understanding and awareness lingering in your heart. Let it flow through you with ease as you prepare to drift into your own peaceful dreams. Remember, every choice, every thought, and every gentle act of kindness is a thread in the greater pattern of life, connecting you to the world in ways you may not yet see. If you have enjoyed this journey, subscribe to Candle by the Sea and join us for more mystical, calming stories that guide you into serenity, reflection, and deep relaxation. May your dreams be filled with light and your heart with peace.